Whatever, I would stand here. Let's see. Yeah, you definitely see a lot more. That's just okay, whatever. More spell damage. Do I have onslaught, by the way? Perhaps? No, we'll get that later. Don't worry about it. I just need stuff that grants me frenzy charges. Be nice to have. I know Blood Rage provides it, but then you're gonna start reducing health, which is kind of risky. Let's see, 222.85, 188. I'll just do control destruction for now.
I must have time to gather my will.
Alright, so off we go. Gotta be careful with them corrupted bloods. I moved my camera down because it's easier to see my character stats and the inventory. If you put the camera middle right or middle left, it's gonna block important information, so I'd rather. I was looking at the other streamers and they all moved their stuff to the center as well. It only makes sense. So I won't be using elemental focus. I mean, it does give a huge boost in damage, but it's gonna prevent me from being able to inflict status elements, which chill is pretty important, especially for very mobile bosses or mobile mobs. So gonna have to keep that on, Stone ring.
Must have time to gather my
I would say
will.
this build is semi-improvised because I've built it in the past league to success. So I am familiar with how to, you know, put it together. But I didn't actually sit down and use POB or anything, so I didn't
Life in
actually
his right hand,
create a build.
death in his left.
I'm just remembering it from what I have done in the past. But there's gonna be obviously some tweaks to it, and it's not gonna be perfect, but for the most part, I mean, it's gonna be half and half essentially. It's gonna be half improvised, half familiar. But I guess I know what I'm doing with it for now, and I kind of have an idea. I was thinking of doing totems, but I changed my mind about that. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just let's do self-casting. Because it's a lot faster. And then I guess the target, especially with mobile targets, be able to handle them more easier. Especially like with those little Viper guys that move so fast. The only thing for me is like I need to seriously be able to generate some frenzy charges, and with large packs of mobs it's easy, but with single, you know, bosses, whatever, it's not that easy. Well, early game it isn't, but I think later in the game it'd be a little bit more straightforward. I'm very surprised how well this league runs. Like, right off the bat, I don't know how I'm just getting like a solid 60 frames, whereas like the last 2-3 leagues I was hovering, you know, somewhere in like the 40s. Like anywhere between 48 to, you know,
This'll do
58.
nicely.
So something's been done. I feel like they've been optimizing the game. But I'm still trying to. I don't want to play at a lower res at what, 1600 by 1024. I want to be able to play the game at 1920 by 1080.
Have time to gather my will.
But I can't seem to figure out why it's not natively allowing me to. It's really bizarre. I had the exact same issue with CS as well. People said that they've tried messing around with the config, but it just resets every time you alt tab, so it's really great. I don't really, you know, I don't want to play at borderless Windows just to force it at 1080p. I kind of wonder if it was like, is that a design flaw, or like did they forget, or what? Like why is it not supporting the full 1080? That's like the minimum standard. You know, because nowadays people are running at the game at like way higher resolution, and 1920 by 1080 was the standard like years ago. It's just so weird that it's not supported. Or not natively supported. Like a native res is not, wasn't on their bucket list of priorities. I don't know. I haven't really done anything to my system
and a living machine.
to prevent.
There's your
you know,
truth, heretic.
Well, my system is mostly vanilla, right? I don't mess around with the NVIDIA settings that often, and Windows settings. I just whatever is there is there.
You, your god, both obsolete.
I just thought it was weird that you would have
Embrace
to
your martyrdom, heretic.
kind of go out your way, try and like find a workaround, whereas you know should have been right off the bat
Both obsolete.
supported. That's whatever though. Problem is I had to like deal with slight input lag,
Enough of this.
slight jitter.
Poor Tolman. I made this bracelet for him when he first arrived here. I need to give... Watch yourself.
I walked. Tread carefully, Exo.
What is it? What is it? See you.
It's my resist 61, 75, 64. Does that have dealt a crit strike in about 8 seconds deal 40% more elemental damage? Yeah. Let's see, Heart of Ice. I want to get that.
General Griffith. Why are you still standing there?
Victoria was. She's. Bring me back something nice, huh?
Max mana region. Let's see, 61, 75, 64. Maybe roll it. Oh wait, plus 8%. 70, 75, 73. That's a huge boost. 61, 75, 64. Although it lowers my cold res, it brings up the other two, which is nice.
Yes? See you.
I guess it doesn't hurt like trying to cap the res early. I think it was it wasn't synthesis. Well, synthesis was kind of laggy, but I'm pretty sure it was Legion for me, and then it was Sanctum that was super laggy. That's why I didn't play it as much as I wanted to. Because the moment you entered the instance, it was just unbearable to play. But this league has been a lot more better to work with, so yeah.
I must have time to gather my will.
But most times when I, am not playing PoE, I'm playing something else. That's why. Same with like It was the same thing with Battlefield. Like the reason why I didn't put a lot of hours into it as much is because I was playing a lot of League of Legends at the time. But yeah, I haven't played League in forever, but I don't really plan on going back to it because
Dirty work. But
there's
some
not
of it
really much to do other than to rank, which resets every season or whatever you call it. You know, every year. Like for me, it was like it was fun when it, you know, when we played it, but obviously the game was also very stressful during those times too. I just don't see why, you know. I don't know how dedicated League streamers play for so long and not get burnt out of it. It's one of those games where it's like, you know, it takes a, I mean, in the same way that I felt like with Dark Souls, it's like it takes a type of person to enjoy a game like that, you know? Not necessarily a bad thing, but I guess it's not for everybody. Like for me, League had a bunch of really cool moments, but I think a lot of the bad moments, you know, overshadowed all the fun moments because the game can get pretty toxic and can really bring out the worst in people. But you know, at least in PoE, it's more chill. I mean, it's, even though it's a hard game, it's still way, you know, if you're just busy doing your own thing and learning the game, it's really not that toxic at all. The community can be a bit weird sometimes, but I think for the most part, they're pretty chill. It's just like maybe like a few, like a really small percentage of them on social media or Reddit or Twitter or whatever are very like snobby, but I think the majority of players are decent or chill people. But League is like, League can be pretty fun and chill, but yeah, I think one game can ruin, like, say for example you play like 10 games in a day or 20 if you somehow manage to push that much, but you know, out of like, say you won like 15, maybe 5 of them you lost, those 5 games can really ruin your day. Like, League is one of those thingies where it makes you kind of forget all the like sort of like good matches you've had and makes you sort of dwell on the bad ones. Like for example, if you, yeah, as I said, if you play 20 matches or so, those 5 matches you're gonna feel pretty bad about. It's like you kind of just want to keep winning. So it's not like a, to me it's not a really healthy game to, I mean, if you play for like just for fun, like 8 rounds, just want to play with your buddies, or even like normals or ranks where you just want to have fun, that's okay. But it can devolve into, it can get pretty tense or stressful if your team is very adamant about winning or whatever. So it depends on who you play with and the people you encounter. But for me, as I've played it for such a long time, just like 2013. People have played it longer, but for me, in my opinion, like after all these years of playing it, it can get fun, but it also can get
I
pretty.
shall wipe the filth from this
I guess the
house
best
of
word is
God.
toxic. So that's why I haven't played in a while. I'm like, why am I wasting my time on a game that, you know, obviously just stresses me out or whatever? You know, because I have a limited time during the day, and I don't have like 7 days a week of free time. You know, and all day free time. Like back then I might have, but not nowadays. So That's why I've been going for more like PvE stuff. Just because, you know, I really value that time. And in League, one or two matches is not really enough, right? You kind of want to keep playing more and more.
I know.
And then sometimes, like, if you, for example, if you're winning like 5 matches and you lose 5 matches, it kind of feels like you haven't gone anywhere. So it's not a really good game to chill on. Unless, I mean, if you're in like an OG League player and you just go in there to have fun after all these years of grinding, you just like go in there and just want to see what's new, that's fine. But you know, honestly, I still don't know how people can just
An
play it all
emperor
day
must
long.
bear 2 blades. Hope in the left
Well, I guess
hand,
for some people it's their
surety
career,
in the right.
or you know, it's their main game for the channel. But yeah, it's not for me. I kind of like more like, I mean,
I must have
I like
time to gather my
ARPGs.
will.
I honestly, if
I was born to this land.
you know, if
delivered to this
MMORPGs make it
task.
less
I
like,
will prevail.
the reason why I couldn't get into MMORPGs, I tried to. Technically, Lost Ark is an MMORPG, but it just feels like, you know, some of them are good at some things and some of them are just not good at other things. Like, for example, like, I'm sure WoW is pretty fun, but the grind seems pretty steep. And in order to get to the fun part, it takes a while. But it's the same thing with Final Fantasy. It's the same thing with Lost Ark and stuff. I think Lost Ark kind of did a better job at making it pretty engaging, you know, as you're leveling. It wasn't that awful, and the pacing is not that bad. I think Final Fantasy kind of was a little bit long. Even BDO was a bit long. I did play a little bit of what do you call that game? New World. It was okay. I did like the graphics, I did like the combat, but I think if you've played certain games for a while, you'll understand, like, hey, this game, like, for example, like Lost Ark, I played it for a while, and then we realized that the game is like pay to win in some aspects. So I'm like, wait, why am I wasting my time on this, you know? For a while, I tried to get into it, but honestly, the leveling experience was kind of a sleeper for me. That's about as honest as I can get. Final Fantasy, I like the combat, but you can tell the grind is pretty steep. The same thing with BDO. It's like you knew right off the bat that this is gonna take a shit ton of time. So yeah, that's probably one of the big hindrances, is you know, steep grind and steep time,
careful.
I guess. I mean, very little time or limited time. I'm sure they're pretty good, you know, or decent games, but yeah, it's really hard to stick to. PoE is one of those games where I can just sit there and run and not. I think one of the things is I could just jump in and out anytime I want, without feeling like I'm missing out. You know, for me, I feel like I can just start and stop or resume from where I left off and not feel like left behind or anything. And also another thing is, PoE doesn't give me like, maybe it's because I played it for a while or put so many hours to it that I'm used to it, but it doesn't give me a huge headache. I think certain games, after playing for a few hours, I would get like either a headache or I feel really tired or exhausted, whatever, or just really sleepy. Kiwi doesn't do that for me. I feel like I'm always engaged with the content, but also it doesn't induce a headache. Like, it's not like so crazy where I get like a huge headache afterwards. But it might not just be the game, it might just be other factors. Feel like, you know, have I drank enough water during the day? Did I, you know, sleep late last night? Or did I get adequate food during the day prior to jumping on? Am I keeping hydrated, or did I get enough sleep? Those could be other factors too. But there's also sounds and visuals. Lost Ark surprisingly didn't give me a headache. It's just the only time would be like when there were frame drops, but the game actually runs pretty well for the most part. I think only during certain boss fights or moments the frame would drop like crazy, but yeah. I guess if I had to choose between like which MMORPG I would get into, I mean, there's there's Elder Scrolls, ESO, there's WoW, Final Fantasy, BDO, Lost Ark, New World. I was banking on New World, but I guess I don't know how to feel about it. I think if Lost Ark remove all the pay to win aspect, or any like traces of pay to win, and then if they were to fix the end game grind, or even like the general like leveling grind in a way where it's like not so ridiculous, or even, you know, fix the time, you know, those like time limit stuff, then it'd be nice to get back into. You know, as I said, the game is like once you dip out of it, you're gonna feel like you're super behind. That's a problem. But
I am no beast of burden.
I guess if you can somehow get over the or not even worry about FOMO, then you might just be fine.
I must have time to gather my will.
Wanna put unbound elements on there? But I try to play PoE every league. It's just that, like, you know, my mind's focused on another game, so that's why some leagues I play a little bit, but, you know, never return.
What have you got for me today, exile?
It really depends on like my mood. Like some weeks I want to just play some Battlefield or something. Some weeks I want to play some Hunt or some Battle Bed. I don't know. I feel like I'm all over the place. I should really complete some single player games, but it kind of want to do it on a better computer, you know. I want to play the game on its like best graphics, just to really enjoy the game, or you know what the developer developer presented it, you know, in the way that they present. Let me rephrase it.
Something
I wanted to play the
eternal
game the way the
remains in this
developers were hoping
empire.
to present
The
it.
question is,
Essentially,
how?
or intended. But it's super hard to do that when your computer is super limited. Like this computer is super old. Like 2013, that's 11 years. But if the parts go further back, as they previously, Some of the parts were already like 2 or 3 years old by the time I got it. So technically, we're looking at like a build that has parts with like that are 13 or so years of age. Computer parts, or even further. So yeah, it's always kind of rough to look at that waypoint. Yeah, it's always kind of rough to work with a very dated computer. I'm just surprised it's still running, but then again, I've replaced parts over time. Like there were stuff that failed. Like for example, I started with the AMD FX 83. No. Yeah, no. Sorry. The CPU AMD FX 8320, pretty old. And then that one died, and they switched to 8350. And then I also started with for the graphics card was the Radeon HD
Must have time to
7970,
gather my will.
which was decent at the time, like mid-tier. But yeah, that one died too.
I am no beast of burden.
But yeah, nowadays that's considered low end. Yeah, that's like super low end. If I recall, Battlefield, the minimum spec requirements were like an AMD FX 6300 or equivalent, which was like an i5, an older gen i5. And then I think for the graphics card was like the 7870 or something like that. And I had, or 7830 model. And I had the 7970, so yeah. Did I really miss that waypoint? Oh. Space for this. This is like 78 series or something, like 7830, 7870, I don't remember. Yeah, that was like the minimum recommended. Oh no, that wasn't the that was the recommended. It wasn't the minimum recommended. But the minimum was even
I am no beast
weaker.
of burden.
Alright, let's see. Superior Mage's Vestment. So my build was like all the recommended specs to be able to play the game on like medium high or so. And then I think Jeff's build was the one that was like the min specs to be able to play the game on at least medium or so. Medium to medium low, but yeah. It ran for a while, and then the parts, eventually died out. I ended up replacing him. So for example, the 8320 I replaced it with the 8350, and then
Yes.
the 7970 replaced it with the 1050 Ti. My
Need
brother
some help?
actually bought both parts for
Bye.
me.
Hello. Tread carefully, exile.
Tala.
I also helped him build his
This ribbon. Talakura.
computer from scratch
getting,
as well.
boy?
That was pretty fun. We didn't actually get it to post the first time, so I had to and he had to go to sleep because he had work the next day. So I ended up troubleshooting it overnight, and then I figured it out. And we got it to post, which was, you know, that was really cool. But that was a lot of fun, though. When me and John helped me build my computer. And then later on, he built his, and I was there to help too. So I started off with me building my first computer with the help of John and a couple other friends. And then, what you call it?
See you.
I went on to help build my brother's computer from scratch. And then when John went to make his own build, I helped him with it. But
Need some help.
that was pretty cool.
See you.
I think this is like either the second or third time I've fully stripped the parts from my computer and dusted it. I think I did it at least like 2 or 3 times, where I stripped it down to the case and then rebuilt it
What is it?
again just to clean it. I didn't,
See you.
didn't really replace parts or anything like that. But it's always fun to, see, because every time I redid my
There you go.
computer, I did some like sort of cable management and obviously made it a lot more organized. Battlefronts. Go to the docks, and then we'll go to the Solaris Temple. Back then, building a computer was way more cost efficient, but nowadays with the rise of prices,
I must have time.
I would
to
say mostly
gather
for the
my
rise
will.
of price on graphics cards, mostly is where it's an issue. Like now, it might not even be cost efficient to, especially if you want to do a build with brand new parts. If you're someone who's good at, going to Craigslist or eBay or whatever, then yeah, it's still more cost efficient. But if you're not looking to buy, used parts or slightly used parts or resold parts, and want to do a brand new build, the prices of graphic cards still hasn't gone down to normal levels yet. Basically, during the crypto boom, whatever, they pretty much price gouged, or a lot of vendors price gouged. So what did the Nvidia do? They raised their prices, and then after the crypto mining craze sort of died down, they slightly lowered the price, but then not enough to where it was back then, or where it should have been. So now it's still at pretty ridiculous prices. So that's why it might not be viable to do your own build. Instead, just go through one of those sites that does the build for you, but you get to choose your parts. Because I guess with the build, the total build after all the parts are selected might come cheaper. Only thing you have to worry about is you gotta look at exactly what stuff they're using. So especially for the CPU or graphics card, you had to really look at which manufacturer you dislike things. Obviously, they cut down prices by either using skipping out on some parts, for example, either the case or the PSU or whatever. But if you do a good bit of research, you better find something decent. Like for me, I would prefer to do my own build, but with the shitty price gouging or whatever, or the inflated prices, it might not be the way to go at the moment. Get Panther. What's this? Wait, where did that came from? Dolores.
I must have time to gather my will.
Can I get onslaught? Let me see. I might as well put on deadly elements. I have it there. There's no point in me going back. So I have this added gold damage. Technically, gotta use unbound elements. This is supposed to be deadly elements, unbound elements, and if I wanted to, I do control destruction, but I want to do spell cascade for now. Destruction. I'm pretty sure this one is supposed to be increased area and intensify, from what I remember. But I'll have to Google that. I do need to get Herald of Ice going here. All the elements unbound. Tempted to put on onslaught, but it's probably not worth it. Eventually I'll be able to generate frenzy charges. It's kind of cloudy today, so it's not like blue sky or anything. Like the sky is just like all white.
I must have time to gather my will. will prevail.
Stage 1. It's kind of weird that I don't remember if it was last league or the league before. I did Detonate Dead, and Detonate Dead is now good in this league. Or it was buffed. Missing out. We'll see. Maybe I'll run another DD build again. It won't be traps though. It will be cast like just regular casting. Still got the shitty boots on. I just need another boot with move speed so I can replace this one. Could try to play with music, but I don't know how laggy it's gonna get. And my bitrate is abysmal right now. Let's see. Yeah, it's looking like shit right now. The bitrate. I'm looking right at my stream on the other computer, and it's tanking. The thing is, I have it on CBR, which means constant bitrate. It shouldn't be fluctuating so much, but it really depends on the quality of my internet. I actually woke up this morning. The first thing I did was restart my router and modem. So, yeah. If that didn't do the fix, then there's nothing I could do.
I must have time
'Cause,
to gather my will.
it's the ISP. What place just died? 31. 31st place. I don't know why it doesn't, the message disappears so quickly. I want to see who, you know, who ripped. I can't believe the guy on the first place died at 87 yesterday. And it was like, what, like I think it was about 6.5 hours in or something? 6 hours and 40 minutes in? That was wild. Feels bad, man. 87. That's crazy impressive though. It's about like almost 6 to 7 hours in and you're already 87. I think by like the next day, if all things were well, he would have been able to hit the 100 mark. People are getting like super efficient now. Way more efficient.
You and what is that?
But it could be an issue of power creep too, so who knows.
The cockroaches. I like you. I'll
Power
talk
creep in
again
the game.
soon.
Intelligence, spell damage, cast speed, max life. It's my res. 64, 49, 64. Not enough dexterity. See if I can roll a dexterity. Spell damage, cold damage to spells. I don't think I can add Dex to it because it has intelligence on there. Let's see. Where shall I put this guy? Stand there, buddy. Why is Tane standing right over here? Holy shit, I could. Well. Okay. My bit rates are fine now. I didn't put it at 6,000, it's at 4,800 because yeah, I didn't want it to max out or drop. I feel like if I were to push it that high, then for some reason if it becomes unstable, then
Watch
yeah,
yourself.
I wouldn't be able to stream. Right now it's like dropping up and down, so you gotta pray.
Watch yourself.
The gemling, you've tread carefully, exile.
Need some help?
This goes into the stash. Alright, let's see. 66.3 average damage. 84.9. Bad.
Watch yourself.
You have another giant
What is
flask.
it?
Yeah, I might as well roll one. Does she have a colossal?
Bye.
Okay. I'd sell that to her.
Hello.
I'll enchant these. Increase move speed. Max charges. Oh wow, that's the one I needed to roll. Well, it's not the best, but whatever. How about this? Alright, removes ignite. I definitely needed anti-bear and anti-freeze. That works out. Removes curses. Removes burns. Cool.
Hello. Bye.
Okay, so now I gotta go to the sewers and head to the battlefront. Am I missing anything back here? Nope. kind of want so weird. Like some days I want pizza, but I don't want like a whole pizza, a whole box of pizza. Like I just want like a slice or two. I mean, I wish I had that joint here. Did I not get that from Diala? Oh, it's in the docks. Where's the docks? Forgot about that. That's the beast over here.
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh my god, here we go. Fucking roasted red beast. The thing is, if I want to keep my frenzy charts, I gotta cut it to mobs. That's the problem. I don't have enough way to generate frenzy charges reliably.
Bring the beast in my sights.
Come on, Nighther. Some ass. It's freezing the shit out of me. That's what I like about Frostbomb, reduces their regen. That way.
There are no more worthy beasts nearby.
That was
Now we'll
dangerous.
go feed the ones we could.
Oh, little frogman. What the? I usually don't like to pick up the stuff that takes up like 8 slots, because it's a waste of space. Yeah, first score chaos of the league. Very nice. I guess I'll take that. Anything's better than my current one. I thought I saw a groundhog box somewhere when I was walking this way. Yeah, there it is. Groundhog box. Okay, let me equip this. Let's see. Life and lightning rest, so take that. I'm just trying to get, like, you know, 4 links wherever I can. Max life. Fire race.
I must have time to gather my will.
I think the thing about Last Epoch is it has so much common sense stuff, or so much common sense quality of life stuff, that you look at the 2 biggest ARPGs ahead of it and you're like, why didn't they add this in there? That's what I feel. They had auto sorting in LE, by the way. The max life, code res. 84.9. 80.4. Let's see. Guess I can put frost blink on here for now. I think it was Lake of Calandra that was super laggy for me, and then it definitely was well, was Sanctum League? No, Sanctum League wasn't that. The last league was pretty laggy for me, and Delirium was super laggy for me, so it was hard to play. I did try to play it, but it was just unbearable at times. And the one where you set the explosive down, and then that one was laggy. I mean, I enjoyed it, but it was fucking laggy. And then the one with the one where you fight the bandits or whatever like that, or you fight the rogues. That one was laggy as shit. Laggy and balls. But I also tried to play that one out too. Even Blight, when it got laggy, I also tried to play it out. The game's, running a lot heavier than previously, but I just hope that with the new PoE 2 that the new engine is more optimized.
I must have time to gather my will.
The very, very few games have talked about something called scalability, which is the ability to, or the idea of giving users more options to be able to tune their graphics to whatever they need to be able to run the game well, from the highest to the lowest settings, and all the way down to like everything in between those settings, and just giving users more options. I guess one thing out of that, kind of one of the silver linings of the aftermath of the crypto mining boom was that a lot of people decided not to buy these overpriced cards and instead just held on to their current card and just saved their money, which that's pretty cool to see. But also it forces developers to have to optimize their game because everyone's still running on older hardware. So yeah, it's just still like, what the fuck, Nvidia,
What is it?
like, one, they should have tailored it. So I think they were trying to develop cards specifically for mining, that way it doesn't affect the general consumer market.
Go with courage.
So basically,
Right.
it would be like
Bring me
a
back
regular
something
graphics card stripped down of all the gamey stuff and just strictly for just
Yes.
mining. But they never brought that out. I'm not sure if that was the solution, but it seemed kind of promising. But it kind of flopped. So yeah. Let's see, over the right hand. Instead, what they did was they doubled down. They instead rose the price and just basically gave an FU to the consumers. That's why a lot of people were getting super pissed. Gotta talk to Diala. But I guess AMD swooped in and some of the cards are really up there on the leaderboards
goodbye,
or the,
not
like
a
the benchmarks.
cockroach.
So it's not out of question for me whether I, you know, want to get like the next gen of NVIDIA cards or the next gen AMD cards. Like AMD cards are not out of question, or even AMD CPU is not out of question either, because they're a lot better than they were back then. But we'll see. Whatever is more price efficient. So as long as I can run games fine. But the thing is, a lot of games are still heavy on single threaded, and that's the problem. That's where Intel performs well on. But I think AMD is trying to understand that. Even though they've been pushing for multi-threaded, you know, processing for a while, I think they understand that still you still need to have a CPU that is good at single-threaded processing.
I must have time to gather my will.
I like the instantaneousness of the frost blink, but the only thing is the cooldown is kind of long. But if I remember, fast casting, I don't think works on it.
What have you got for me today, exile?
Your god's greatest disappointment, heretic. God's side. Where were your exile?
You chose the road, old friend. God put me at the end of it.
But yeah, I mean with PoE 2, I'm assuming because it's supposed to be, the closed beta was supposed to be this June, so that won't be until like maybe like fall of this
Must
year,
have time to gather my
or we're
will.
thinking like October, November, or whatever, or even December. So later in this year would be closed beta. Next year obviously would be open beta, but I assume that's like at least midway through the year. And then by the time the game releases, it's either like late, it's probably like late of next year, I don't know, my best guess. But I don't really mind the delay. Like I'm not rushing to play PoE 2. I'm just constantly keeping you know, updated on the, you know, what the developers are saying about it, because I think that I'd rather have them take your time overhauling the game, right? Because completely going from PoE to combat to PoE to combat, and then also introducing WSD movement is a huge undertaking, but also a very welcomed change too. Because for the longest time, I've said PoE, the one thing that it suffers in was its gameplay combat system. I mean, maybe the OG players are fine with it, but if you want to even compete with the numbers of players that are on Diablo, you know, back when it launched, you're gonna have to update the combat system to make the game more accessible and more user-friendly. Even though the game technically looks to be even more difficult. But gameplay, like when people first jump on the game, that first impression is gonna matter a lot. So having a good combat system, you know, if you're jumping on PoE for the first time and you're like, wow, this combat actually feels crazy. To me, it kind of reminds me of like Dark Souls combat system. But as long as the hacky and slashy part is well done, for me, I don't care how hard the game is. It just has to play, it has to play good. It doesn't have to necessarily be as hacky slashy as, say, for example, like, your Eastern market games like BTO or Lost Ark, but it just has to be like a step up from, it has to essentially evolve. That's the way I've always felt about PoE, is that while the game kind of reminds you of Diablo 2 and has
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
remnants of Diablo 2 combat system, but kind of like on steroids, they no longer need to compete with the Diablo 2 anymore. They can just be PoE. They could do their own thing. Kind of like how Final Fantasy started off with, like, I'd say competing against WoW, and then they moved on to become their own thing. That's sort of the way I felt. I was like, yeah, it's time to sort of grow out of that. Like, you already demonstrated that you are this proper successor to D2, or at least somewhat of a really good successor to D2, but we're no longer competing in the D2 market, we're competing in the PoE market, right? We're not competing in just the D2 market, we're competing in the ARPG market. And then when Diablo 4 came out, and they demonstrated a huge change to their combat system, that was sort of like the eye-opening moment for PoE. It's like, hey, if we stick to this particular style, this, like, for example, this PoE 1 sort of stiff casty style, we might not be able to, with all that development time and all that capital that was injected into development of the game, it might not hit the numbers that they were hoping for. Now that they got Tencent's backing, financial backing, they should now have the currencies to get the rigs needed to redo the animation, combat animation and everything, and rethink how they, how the game can be played. So yeah, it's pretty cool to see that they ended up completely overhauling and then introducing that role and all that stuff, and mobility seems to be a lot more smoother. I guess the one thing that they haven't really addressed is skill chaining, skill comboing. Like, for me, it's like, if there is a way for them, they don't have to have all, like thousands and thousands of you know, just to sort of like show off that they have a bunch of skills. It'd be nicer to have skills that can interact with each other. Like, for me, it's like you can have like hundreds and hundreds of skill gems, and you can only do so much with those. But when they start to interact with each other in interesting ways, you don't have to have so much skills, but instead have them interact somehow in one way or the other.
I must have time to gather my will.
And then the skills themselves would become, or would at least feel more meaningful. But this isn't me though. I really liked how Final Fantasy or even Lost Ark put an emphasis on, hey, if you do this skill and this skill, and then you hit this skill, you know, then you somehow cause an interaction that did more damage. Or if you interact in a certain way or chain, then you can sort of optimize damage. I felt like we were kind of long overdue for that. I don't want, like, PoE, the one thing is that the game often felt like you're just spamming one single ability. That was the meta way to play, or that is the meta way to play. I think when Diablo came out, you didn't necessarily have to just play one single ability. Or they demonstrated that you didn't have to just stick to one ability, you can do multiples. But I think the Lost Ark, in my opinion, did it like one of the best in terms of like combat feel. And, you know, having many abilities that you can use, and many ways you can sort of combine them, or you can put them in different orders or whatever. Obviously there are optimal ways to do it, but the freedom is there for you to choose. If being able to choose between, like, you know, like 10-15 different abilities and tweaking them in ways where they would, you know, they would behave or do different things, that was like, to me, it was like really, that was like one of the takeaways for me. It was like, man, the combat in this game feels really great. It's just the other things that kind of, you know, were turnoffs, but graphically it was pretty good, and then mechanically it was pretty good. So I wouldn't mind if they made this game a lot more hacky slashy.
Precious.
But then, yeah, as I said, they still want to stick with that like Diablo formula, but you know, they don't have to stay with it forever.
Be well.
Need some help?
I guess one thing, or some of the things that this game is really good
Bye.
at doing it is,
Despite tread carefully, exile.
but then it's both a good and bad thing. Like, the game is nice for its complexity, but it is also, how do you say? It's also a barrier to entry for new players too. So you kind of have to try and find a way to make it more accessible, and then sort of guide them through the more complex system. You don't necessarily have to
The
simplify the
longer
entire
you
game.
run from God,
You just have to
Fairgraves,
find
the
a
more
way
damned you become.
to, you know, just allow them to focus on the basic stuff first, and then slowly sort of introduce them to the more complex stuff. Fire res. Alright, so let's go to the library. I think what they should do is like for new players. Okay, so when you start the game, let you choose hey, is this player, are you a veteran player or are you a new player? And then for the new players, make it so that
I must have time to gather.
make it so that they see like a more simplified version of, like, say for example, the skill tree or something, or start with like a simplified version of the crafting. And then slowly transition them to the more complex stuff. I think that's kind of where they might need to revamp the crafting system as well, and make it at least like for the like early leveling phase, make it a little bit more deterministic, and then as players get to a higher level, introduce them to, you know, obviously the more risky crafting, more RNG one. I guess the way I'm trying to put it is, you know, make leveling less miserable for in general for new players, and then that's where they can get onto the meat of the game, you know, once they get the hang of it. But how they're gonna do it, I don't know. 'Cause I know from what I already see that the game looks a lot more hardcore. Like, the game looks more hardcore than PoE 1 at the moment. So yeah, it looks like it's on the level of like Dark Souls at that point. I mean, obviously I'm gonna play it, but you know, if they're wondering why they're not hitting the numbers that they were hoping to, is because, you know, if you kind of double down on the difficulty and not focus on, you know, trying to accommodate both types of players, then you won't be able to hit the player counts that you want, and you won't be able to earn the revenue that you want. And then Tencent looks at that and then they're like, okay, we pumped this much money into, or, you know, we gave you this amount of resources, you know, why isn't hitting the mark? Kind of wonder how much Tencent is putting towards development, or goes into, or has put into GCC. Basically what I'm saying is, you know, if they're not getting the numbers that they want, don't be surprised, because if they don't address the I don't know if the word would be power creep, but I would say like the complexity creep. So if you know, if you're obviously stacking on layers and layers, like more different systems that has, you know, various levels of learning curves or steep learning curves, it might turn players away. That's the thing with PoE 1, is the reason why they're not as popular as, for example, Diablo, good or bad, or hitting the same numbers on the first season or two. It's because they're not developing or designing in a way where they can just jump in there and try the game without, you know, feeling like they you know, if for example, if you start a new character as a new player, and then you obviously make a mistake and you can't undo that easily, then what are the chances of them, you know, either coming back or trying to, you know, play further into the game to undo it, you know? As I said, it's not to try and make the game more, you know, simplified for everyone. We don't. Obviously, just gonna be a lot of players who want the game super hardcore. It's more about giving more options for various types of players. As I said, they could just do this where when you first, you know, boot up the game, you add your character select, and then you choose your league. From there, let players choose the level of difficulty or their level of experience and then tailor it towards their level of experience. Obviously, like if you're like a veteran player, then the game is a more how do you say? It's more closer to how it is now. So there's, you know, obviously not a whole lot of changes. But, you know, obviously if they select the option that, hey, they're a new player, then tailor it towards them. That way everyone gets the game the way, or they can play it the way they want it, right? Yeah. It's not a big deal. Obviously, people are going to try out the new PoE too. And if it's too hardcore, then they might not play it. But obviously the people who really like the game or really like the difficulty will continue to play it. Same way people are like playing like Elden Ring or even like the Dark Souls series. So there's always gonna be a player base there at least. I was thinking of doing it in a way where, like, for example, the skill tree for new players, you kind of like holding their hands. It's gonna achieve the same thing. So as they're leveling up, there's like sort of simplified or more user-friendly skill tree. It's essentially as though you're leveling it up on the base skill tree. It's just that things are blocked off, or the UI it's simplified in a way where it's not overwhelming, but it's still achieving the same thing. And it's sort of just like sort of guiding them while sort of slowly transitioning them to the full tree. And if they really wanted to see the advanced tree, you just toggle, you know, have an option to show advanced tree, and it just shows the full tree. You know, obviously if you're like a veteran player, when you first select your league, you're gonna choose, hey, I'm a veteran player, and it's just gonna give you all the advanced options, or basically all the base options that are already, you know, there. That way, you know, you don't have to deal with any shenanigans. You just go right in there and do your thing. This game is already at that level of complexity. So I'm actually pretty curious to see what the delay is actually all about, but yeah, in my opinion, it's not a bad thing at all. Really not. 110. Cold damage to spells. 52. My one is still better. If I can get this boot with move speed, it does have a little bit of resist.
Need something? Need something? See you.
Alright, let me go talk to CS before the portal. I forget. Oh, it's an easy way of doing this. There we go. The library. Alright, looks like my stream's bitrate is stabilized. 1664 by 936 resolution, bitrate 4877, frame rate 60, keyframe interval 2 seconds. So everything's looking good. It was pretty rocky earlier. Dropped a few thousand frame rates here and there. Workbench. Intensify. Pretty sure I was supposed to put intensify with this one. Let's see, damage over time.
My word. Let's speak again soon.
Thank you, Siosa. Alright, what I need to do is I need to figure out the recipe for Better Dream. I'm pretty sure it's like a, what you call it? Not a wand, but a mace, and then a couple of skill gems. Yui Better Dream. Alright, so hypothermia, ice bite, cold pen. Oh, that's not what I want. Oh, selling Better Dream results in these. Better Dream can be created. Create. Better Dream can be created from the following recipes. Oh, selling the Better Dream results. Okay. I thought it was you can make it. Never mind. Very unique recipes. got his Scorn, Harry's Bite, Kingmaker, Lord Weave, Magna Eclipsis, the Wretch, Power of Ray Class, the Taming, the Vinctar Square. Okay, never mind. But I do need some move speed on here. I don't think there is an option for that. City of Sarn. How do I obtain that? Maybe bench movement speed rank 1. Move it. There's the City of Sarn, the Chamber of Innocence. Yeah, I don't remember how to that. Oh, is it back here? This is probably like a recipe that I missed. Yeah.
I must have time to gather my will.
Alright, well, we got that. Oh, you can't. Yeah, it's because this has a prefix. Oh well. I mean, I'll need to equip it anyways because of the resistance. Let's see. That's gonna be like my character's gonna walk pretty slow, but it's kind of whatever, really. I need to get like a 4-link eventually.
Hello.
I guess it doesn't hurt to capture res right away.
Need something? Watch yourself.
Okay, so technically I can fight Piety. I can also fight a Zaro. Yeah, let's go fight a Zaro. And then we'll fight Piety, and then we'll fight Dominus.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of Justice doth preside. She shall where justice will prevail.
Self-dealt by going through the general troubleshooting guide. Steps to clear your client's config files. To dot back Antiquity Buno. General troubleshooting guide. Steps to clear your client's config files. Rename user to I know that the client seems to edit the .NA. So I set the .NA to read only, and voila, it works. After loading into the game, it's full screen 1080. Is this a workaround when you want to change something? You have to change the RW status again, of course. For this fact, but at least it works. Dual monitor setup also works. It might be the cave. Let's see. Fragments, my games, path of Excel. Set it the config file to read only. If any changes you make in game will not save if read only is turned on. Plus you can add /window. Apparently, yeah. By using DX12, the FPS cap gets solved, but the resolution bug persists. No matter what I do, I can use 1080p using full screen ration. You know what? It's leave my post when someone read this. Yeah. You PC, it's your driver. Surely it's damn, and only this game gives me that much problems. So yeah, I've been having the exact same problems since I have workaround for edit your production.config file. I use Notepad and copy it to another folder. Screen it true. I don't want to mess with the config. Thing is, I know how it works. You edit the config, you make it read only. Because if you leave it on its default, it's read and write. So when you alt tab out the game, it reverts the settings, the resolution and everything. So you would edit the config files to make it 1080p and or to force it, and then you make it read only. However, you know, if you want to tweak your graphical settings later, you have to go back there. You have to remember that you have to undo and make it read-writable. That way, when you change your graphic settings, it changes the config files. The thing is like, no game should require you to have to mess around with your config files or registry to get it to behave how you exactly want it. Like, for example, if I jump into League or Battlefield and I want the game in native 1920 by 1080 full screen, I should be able to do that. Should be able to do that from in the game. Like, games like those have demonstrated that you can do that. Whereas for some reason some games like PoE and CS2 can't. It's like, why is this not the focus of, you know, when you first launched the game, why didn't we nail that down first before we even, you know, blue, yellow, red? Like, how did we not get that portion down first? Like, how is it that, like, a game like, for example, League, it's just so straightforward? Wait, what was the color? Blue, yellow, red. What the fuck? Is that not blue? Am I not looking at blue? Unless it's red, yellow, blue. Like, how is it that I'm able to jump into Battlefield, put the game at a resolution I want, and put it at a, you know, display settings that I want, full screen, borderless, windowed, while having to fuck around with commands or config files or registries?
Must have time to gather my will.
That's, yeah. The game's been out for that, you know, for a long time. 2013, that's a little over 11 years. And the fact that there's multiple posts on Reddit and the game official forum without any official response from GDT is kind of bizarre. It's like they just straight up just ignored it. And don't tell me the solution is to change your hardware. Because if you know, if I can play every other game at my native res and at the display option that I want, then it's, you know, it's the game. It's like, it's really stupid when I see like a thread or a forum post where a player is like, hey, I have this problem and I'm trying everything I can. I'm able to play every other game at, you know, the settings that I want, but this game doesn't seem to be working. And then another user would be like, well, the solution is to change your hardware. Like, no, that's just kind of ass backwards. It's more like, hey, when they were developing the game, it should have been able to accommodate, you know, as much users as possible. For the most basic of options that should be available for every game. how is it, you know, how did they just leave that one wide open?
When one defiles the effigy, one defiles the Emperor.
But yeah, as I said, hopefully with the new game and the new engine, they have addressed
Rise to the occasion.
some of the issues that were never addressed in the old engine. I mean, it's so much easier for the developers to say, oh, because of old hard engine limitations. It's more like, hey, we fucking created this piece of software and we didn't think about that. Now we can't turn back around time to fix it because it will break other shit. I think that's the more proper explanation.
Must have time to gather my will.
I just wish that they had elaborated.
Claim your inheritance.
It's like, hey, I created this car, but if I were to try and for example, the car is constantly turning left or right, but if I were to go back and try and change something, it's gonna fuck something else up. So yeah, they could have explained it that way, you know.
Such resilience.
But I think that it's either
if
like
not
laziness or
kneel before
forgetfulness or just they didn't give a shit. So I'm gonna smack him on the upside of the head with that one. I mean, I'm like, for me, I'm like super critical of, I could like any game, it doesn't fucking matter. Just even if you are a developer studio that makes some of my favorite games, like for example, Battlefield, DICE, I would shit on them any day, all day, if I need to. Because to me, it's like the best way, or the only way to get a fucking company to improve, or the studio to improve, is you just tell it bluntly to them. Like, hey, you're fucking up here, here, and here. What the fuck is going on? Which is why, you know, which personally for me is like why I never understood fandom. Like people who shill for certain companies, certain entities, certain developers. It's like, no, just give it straight to them. What, you know, just give your criticism straight without holding back. Because if you, at the end of the day, if you really are a fan of a certain thing, they should be able to take your criticism to improve. For example, like people who sort of shill for, like, I would say Activision or something, or the better example is Bethesda, right? Oh, fuck. Things so poorly. If you constantly praise them and you're not, you know, and if they don't see faults or, you know, problems in their product, it might become an issue later. Like if players are, you know, if there's a chunk of players telling them, like, hey, you have a problem with, like, hey, this combat shit's fucked up, and then long time Bethesda fans are like, no, it's not, then they won't feel the need to improve. You can kind of say that with like any company, like Blizzard, you know, even Valve. Is if you don't allow, or if, how do you say, if you don't actively give them feedback, and if you shut down other people's feedback, then they will keep things the way they are and not really look to improve because they don't see where they need to improve, right? And no, for me, it's like no company is perfect. know, no matter how good they look. Like for me, it's like
When
if I
the
need to,
time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation.
I wouldn't,
To entertain doubt is to dance with death.
you know, I'm not. How do you say? Shit. I wouldn't leave it out of, or it's not out of question for me to, you know, if Dice or Valve does something really stupid, I would definitely be shitting on them too. But yeah, as I said, Dice does stupid shit all the time, and you know, even though Battlefield franchise is one of my favorites, as I said, I wouldn't mind fucking criticizing them for, you know, obviously making really shitty or stupid decisions. That's the thing, game companies shouldn't take that as like, you know, I mean, if people are providing reviews or ratings or, you know, telling them, hey, you're freaking up this, the best response is, hey, we hear your feedback, we're gonna try to do better, then commit to it. But if their response is, everything looks fine to us, if you don't like it, play a different game, that's not good. That's not to say is like, as I said, there's always going to be a vocal minority that's you know, sounds louder than the actual what the community consensus is. But it's not always going to be.
Finish this.
You know, there's going to be moments where like a bunch of these people are just sort of screaming to scream. But if there are people who, or a good chunk of the community is legitimately saying like, hey, this is not good, yep, I should take that as a learning lesson.
I must have time to gather my
There is no escape.
I would still continue to shit on GG for
Such resilience.
picking Tencent, but what you
Loyalty
gonna do?
is a
Right?
fire that spreads quickly if the forest is
Ever
dry.
since that acquisition, I've lost a good chunk of respect for GG for making that move, but the game itself is still a pretty good game. It's just that really put a damper on the community. Because at the end of the day, you can make as much of a promise as you want, but it's a company, and they'll find a way to eat up the entire developer studio. And if they wanted to, they can always shut down the project. It's not about if they have already done it. It's more about can they do it? Do they have the means to do it? They wanted to. And that is why a lot of people were concerned, like, hey, what the fuck? Out of all the companies that you chose the one that is the fucking the largest one that is known to, you know, just dish out a shit ton of money, just for the sake of, you know, earning more money. But then again, if they were to be picked up by EA, I would have been pretty damn pissed too. Like, I wouldn't care if they were picked up by, I mean, obviously, well, I mean, if it was Sony and Microsoft, it's gonna be kind of annoying because of, you know, they're gonna pull off some BS. Like, you know, Microsoft's known to do that. They're known to buy off franchises and kill them off or kill off the project. So, yeah, it was kind of like a pick your poison moment. But I'd say, had they chosen, say, Team 17, that would have been good. A more indie-friendly company. Personally, for me, I don't know if Tencent is indie-friendly or not. I think they just want, no, the only thing they care about is revenue. So I think for me it's like, so as long as they're not, you know, putting their fingers on everything and changing the game in a way where it's fundamentally different for the sake of, you know, getting more revenue, then whatever. But
I must have time to gather my will.
I mean, if you looked at, for example, Riot Games, when they were 100% bought up by Tencent, we got all sorts of, I mean, the game is still free to play, and the microtransactions are still, you know, obviously just aesthetics, but it's just an overwhelming amount of microtransactions. Kind of, if you look at PUBG as well, you know, although Tencent doesn't have as large of a percentage of ownership. But they get to influence the game how they please. Like, for me, it's like, I don't mind if, like, hey, if you're a larger company and you want a game company to introduce, you know, something from your culture or whatever. But if it starts to change the direction or influence to the direction of the game in a way that makes, you know, put certain entities in good light, then yeah, that's kind of a problem. And that's something that I noticed with, for example, even games like Battlefield 4, like, as to, you know, up until this day, it's still one of my favorite shooters, but there's a lot of things I didn't like, you know, about the game. Like, for example, if you were to look through the current armory, gear, whatever, the weaponry, even if you play the storyline too, and I've played it at least twice already, you know, from beginning to end, you can kind of tell that there was some level of influence into how they portrayed certain countries. Like, it felt like there had been a little bit of, how do you say, bending over to try and please certain entities, or, you know, certain countries. That's about as vague as I can get, but you can kind of see that with Riot Games, League, and Valorant too. They're kind of bending over to certain countries or entities. I'm not gonna say like, oh, it's a bad thing for them to introduce certain skins or certain events or characters, because it's nice to see
A locked door
a bit of diversity,
encourages curiosity.
but you kind of start to feel like they're introducing some level of, I don't know if the best word for it is like cultural propaganda. I'm not saying that, you know, League of Valorant actively does it, but it seems like it's something that they can exploit and then slowly introduce people to, because that's how cultures war work, right? Not the culture war we're talking about, like, we're talking about actual, like, country to country culture. I'm not gonna go as far as to say like, hey, the game is now like a sort of a propaganda machine, but it is like slow dripping us whereas, like, for example, things like TikTok, whatever, that's just straight up, they're not even slow dripping it, it's more like blatant propaganda. But I wouldn't put it past certain countries to insert themselves into a certain market or industry and sort of slow drip the Western market. in order to sort of like saturate that market and then
A guide.
insert their sort of like cultural propaganda or just their general propaganda. As I said, League and Valorant, I don't know if you would even consider it, you know, I don't know if it got to that level or even PUBG, but you can kind of tell with the introduction of certain characters, models, you know, gun skins, events, that it kind of feels like it's a, you know, it's being introduced in a, even though it'll be slow but eventual, gradual way. I don't know if that makes sense.
Where there's
That's
a
how I feel.
silver key, there must be a silver door.
I mean, if you were to think about it, if, say for example, if Microsoft or whatever buys out, say, a shooter from Asia, I don't know. Got the names of some. So, for example, like there's a Korean shooter out there. Microsoft swoops in and buys a developer, and then, you know, all of a sudden there's Christmas skins and hillbilly skins or whatever. Doesn't really matter, but just for an example, then it's sort of, it's in a way, you know, Microsoft is slow dripping, or, you know, transitioning a game's sort of theme into like a Western theme, which it's not necessarily a bad thing, but you can kind of see it happen. And you're like, whoa, what's going on? I mean, this game was meant to be this, but now it's now this, so yeah, it's now in a really weird spot. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense. I don't know if I put it in a good way, or I mean not a good way, but I don't know if I put it in a way that makes sense, but you can kind of see, you know. As I say, I don't want to go to the level of like extreme and accuse any wait, did I get the silver key from here? You know, any games or game companies of blatantly you know, putting out propaganda, but I could kind of see where it's exploitable. That's what I'm trying to say. You can kind of see that the waters are being tested, and kind of see what there are certain holes, or it's porous to having, you know, certain entities take advantage. Whereas in like the social media market, it's like, it's just there. It's up front. It's blatant, and they've gotten a grip of the users, the mainstream users. That's my concern. Like once a company opens themselves up to being bought out by a company from another country, then it, you know, in some ways it's okay, but in some ways it's easy to exploit.
I am no beast of
Or there's
burden.
ways for those companies to exploit
I must
that
have
open
time
market.
to gather my will.
Level this 25. But yeah. As I say, it was kind of disturbing when we learned that they got 80% bought out by 10%, but what are you gonna do, you know? Not much you can really do. Just gotta hope that they don't fuck up the microtransaction system and change it. But from what we've seen is they haven't really done so much. I mean, it's always just been, you know, you can buy stash tabs and, you know, skill effects and skins, so just all this aesthetics. Although, you know, the stash tab stuff issue was, you know, it's been there for a while. Or it's existed for a while, so it's that one. I hope that they change it. The issue of page stash system has been there long before the Tencent acquisition.
Any mystery can be unlocked if one has the right key.
Oh man, I am running out of space.
I am no beast of burden.
That's 24. This is 20. I am running out of space. Holy shit. But yeah, what do you say? As far as I've seen, not much has changed, so that's good. And
I must have time to
the money that they gained from the acquisition was, I mean, we saw significant improvements to the game, so we're not entirely in a bad spot. Strike multiplier. I've seen some OG PoE players completely stop playing PoE after that, but only like, you know, very few, honestly. There's, you know, it wasn't a big blow to the community. It sort of rubbed them the wrong way, right? But so as long as they maintain that 20% share to be able to, you know, still be able to make the important decisions and design decisions or whatever direction of the game, and that's all that matters for now. I just hope that I mean, I'll eventually come back to LE, but I guess now wouldn't be the time. PoE is the time now. All right.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises.
Got a couple uniques here. Obviously, it's SSF, so you know, obviously there's no real selling. But I'm willing to keep them just to try them. These ones are gonna vendor these. Drop the talisman. Use global defenses, fire risk, lightning risk, slow start of energy shield recharge during any frost effect. Energy shield recharge rate. Wow, that's cool. Fire damage. Use damage while ignited. Plus 5,000 armor while frozen. Barracks 2 stone ring. I don't know if those are necessarily needed for my build, that's why I'm just stashing them away. These ones will be vendored. Yeah, I was hoping that they would figure out a way to, how do you say? Remove the concept of having to pay for stashes. I mean, if you look at LE, you get like 100 and something stash tabs, and you don't have to pay for a single one of them.
Our throne
Like
is the
150 or
most
so?
devious trap of them all.
I guess the only issue you would have is PoE is very like heavy on their economy, and
Loyalty.
they don't really want people to, I assume, hoard a shit ton of items. Yeah. If those items aren't moving around in the market, then kind of a waste of opportunity, right?
Nobility is a lie.
I'm not sure why they changed the
Be
curses
singular of purpose.
so that it's on a single target. It's so weird. The point of it is to hit multiple targets.
The trap of tyranny is inescapable.
Alright, got a bunch of stuff. Just make some space. Just pick up the big stuff first. Dump
I am no beast of burden.
a bit my stash. They got 3 keys.
Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Alright. Alright, so 3 keys. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Let's start with this one. Oh my god. Literally nothing but magic rings. How about this one? Alright, well at least that's something. Literally. I guess I'll just pick up the rare stuff.
I am no beast of burden.
Sell those. First to kill Cyrus. Transform a skeleton to be a random transfigured gem of the same color. Adds 3% quality to a gem. Oops. Yes. Alright, it's probably going to be Inquisitor. Hierophant, Guardian. That's Inquisitor.
Truth is elusive, yet God has provided us with all the tools necessary to find it.
Alright, we're done with that. Labs. Okay, so we got piety. Wait, what the fuck? I never got that waypoint. Over in forest. Caverns. There we can go back. I thought there was gonna be a recipe here. It's just weird that there's nothing here. It's usually like somewhere over here.
I must have time to gather my will.
I might grab some meat. Once I hit this waypoint. And then I guess next would be Vitality. And then Dominus.
Best friends, Beast, until we slaughter you!
Diamond Trend. How did I miss that waypoint? Red map.
Great job, Exile! I now will take the captured beast to the menagerie.
Should be over here. To the right. Actually, bottom right of the where the cave is. Pretty good at distance.
You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be doomed.
must have time to gather my will.
That was a hunt you will not soon forget. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Might as well open the entrance. What's that? Now let me see what that is. Oh, is this ritual? I think ritual was also pretty laggy too.
The work continues.
Nothing I would defer, honestly.
What?
Let's go find that portal. I'm gonna need some ham and eggs. With some bread. And then later in the evening, I will eat some tacos. Fucking monkey, get away from me. Alright, let's just go to the hideout. What do we got? Shit ton of junk items here. Who's my vendor? Oh, I'll sell it to
What?
this guy. We're eventually gonna need all of these crafting materials, so guess everything here counts. Got the big items again. But do I have enough scrolls or wisdoms?
Yes. Yes. Oh, it's you. Pretty bodies. What?
Almost there. What else? My defenses 75, 72, 75. I'll keep these jewels. I'll figure out what to do with them. Get a amount of dexterity. Strength and intelligence. This one has 51 max life. Do I need lighting rods? Not really. Fire and lightning.
What? What?
Alright. It's all cleaned up. This is the Rambo bag. This is the Ashran. Okay, I'll be back. I'd say like I'm gonna try and keep it under 30 minutes. Last time I was gone for like an hour. Yeah, but I should have food that I can just easily heat up, eat real quick. So I'll be back. Well, I'm back. That actually took longer than I hoped for, but I just ended up doing a little bit of cleaning on the kitchen areas. I'm like, you know what? If I'm cleaning my dish, I might as well clean the stove. Well, anyways, I'm good for now. I just finished eating and stuff. I went there. Documents. My games, Perfect Excel. Production config. Properties. It's edit with notepad. No. How about I make a copy? So copy, paste. This is just gonna name it default. And then edit notepad. (1920 by 1080). Bloom strength. Is that possible for me to put this at 0? Dynamic res. Dynamic resolution. FPS. And manipulation effects both. Background frame rate limit true. Depth of field false. Frame rate limit 60. Frame rate limit enable false. And then apparently you get to properties and then make it read only. Okay. Now I just got a launch path. Alright, so let's see how it goes. Testing, testing. Oh, there it is. Full screen 1920 by 1080. It works. So basically what you gotta do is, and I didn't want to have to, you go to documents, you go to my games, you go to Path Excel, and then just the little file. It's got any file essentially called production underscore config dot any. And then you right click it. You can either edit it with Notepad, or for me, I like to use Notepad plus. And if I right click it, I edit with Notepad. I obviously turn off windowed full screen, set it to false, and then set it full screen to true. Make sure the resolution says 1920 by 1080. Then save that file, and then click on properties. You right click the file, you click properties, and then you make it read only. Because if you don't make it read-only, it's gonna revert it back to, you know, the default settings. You can always make a copy of the original file first before you edit it. Just rename it to something else like production config, you know, underscore default. That way, you know, if something goes wrong, you can always make a copy of it, rename it to production underscore config, and then, you know, delete the messed up one and just use your copy. Yeah, there's that. Yeah, I mean, it works. It's kind of annoying that you had to go through that level of you know, I mean, you shouldn't have to mess around with the properties or config files, in my opinion, but I guess some developers are just lazy. But yeah, the reason why you want to have the game on full screen is frame stability and latency, because with windowed borderless or windowed, there's latency issues and stutters, because it's rendering, you know, not only the game but also everything else in Windows, like the background and then other programs running in the background. Windows, I mean, full screen essentially locks it in, so it's a little bit more stable. But then again, you have to go back there if you need to make any settings change in game. You have to uncheck read only and essentially allow it to be writable. You know, if you want to make changes to your in-game settings. Being able to get the game to full screen and then also use your native resolution, it's always a good feeling.
I must have time to gather my will.
I guess if I fight party, I can just switch spell cascade to control destruction. Intensify, you see. Cold damage. I could do like, I can switch spell cascade to control destruction, and then for deadly elements, I can switch that to added gold, just to do more damage up front. That's the problem with having totems. This guy's just gonna keep moving. Ah, fuck it. We'll just leave this mob alone. It's annoying. It's gonna just keep regenning. And I'm gonna run out of mana. I mean, it has decent clear, but then the problem is single target bosses, zones with no mobs. It's gonna be an issue because I won't have mobs to kill. Therefore, I won't be able to generate frenzy charges. So it's alright, let's just make our way up the ice.
I must have time to go further.
Noogie. Oh no. Position 49 on the ladder. Oh shit, son.
And so, I take my first steps into
Rip my dude,
damnation
Noogie.
incarnate.
Oh. Yeah. 2 points. Elemental damage, increase attack and cast speed, more attack damage for each non-spell. Damage, attack, and cast speed. 8 fanaticism for 4 seconds when reaching maximum fanatic charges. Gain 1 fanatic charge every second if you attack in the past second. Lose all fanatic charges on maximum fanatic charges. Fanaticism grants spell you cast yourself 75% more cast speed, reduce cost, and 75% increase area. But then I don't have any attacks. Spell. Gain 1 fanatic charge every second if you've attacked in the past second. Lose all fanatic charges on reaching maximum fanatic charges. Grant spell you cast yourself 75% more cast speed. Regenerate life per sec, more elemental damage. Create ground you create increased damage taken to enemies. The consecrated ground around you while stationary. Consecrated ground you create causes life regen to also recover any ES for you and your allies. Enemies deal plus elemental damage. Critical strikes ignore enemy monsters' elemental resistance. Non-critical strikes penetrate 10% of enemy elemental resist. Increase crit strikes per point of strength for intelligence, whichever is lower, plus 50 to strength and intelligence. %10 more attack damage. Creation on is the spell you cast and the symptoms. Strength and intelligence. I think I want to get this. And then probably this and this. This one I'm not too sure because I don't do attacks. More attack damage for each non-instant spell you've cast. I think this is more like if you have, for example, like a curse. You're throwing a curse and then you're doing a like physical attack, like lightning strike or something. Or like you're supplementing your attack with a spell, I don't know. But I don't really need that.
I must have time to gather more.
But the other one will be fine. Won't crit stuff. Ruthless just with rare items. Yeah, I wonder what the. I mean, Griff is playing SSF Ruthless this league. I think he did that in like ever since Ruthless came out. For every league. I'm just curious what it is. Like, I wouldn't mind trying it, but I haven't really gotten so far enough into the game to really, you know, have the deep knowledge. But I feel like if I'm gonna move on to the next tier of like difficulty, I kind of want to have a good fundamentals understanding of the game first before I even dip into that. Sit up a little bit higher. Alright, let's go. But additional town portal hockey, I don't know if we make this game much easier. There's a hotkey to town. Well, where is the hotkey, first of all? What is said hotkey? Go to input. He's lying. I bet you. League interface, league panel, help panel. Zone interface, take a screenshot. Item pickup key, show skills, toggle skill set. Show advanced item descriptions, compare item descriptions. Counter, show retro awards, toggle expedition placement. Stalker Sentinel, Pandemonium Sentinel, blah blah blah. Open Sanctum up. Use portal scroll. Do I have Y set for anything? What is G? F? feel like I hit T by accident.
I
I'm
must
trying to
have
hit
time
Y.
to gather my will.
What does A do in this game? Yeah, I mean. One or more action not set. I mean, what? Is there any button using F? Sanctum map? Okay, how about G? G? Oh my freaking god. Which one did it take over? Alice screen? Okay. How about this? What is I? Leak interface, leak panel, close all user interface. Item pickup key. Usually that's F. How about Y? Nope. What did Y? Pantheon. Nope. What the hell was X? Weapon swap, okay. B. V's gotta be nothing, right? No, you can't be. B. Where's item pickup key? It's F. B is taken? Benson PvP. N is taken. Microtransactions list. I feel like B would be good. Benson PvP. Fuck it, K. Oh, cosmetics is K. Fuck it. Like that. Oh, nice. Alright, what did I do? I put this key for events and PvP. And what is in this cosmetics MS store? What is the... I mean, there's the apostrophe key, right? Unless I used that for something. Where's event set? Oh, okay, cool. What is V again? V. Oh, league interface. Doesn't have an interface apparently. Okay, let's just go. That was really nice of the guy to tell us about that. I didn't know that.
I must have time to gather my will.
Every game should have like a keyboard map. Like it just shows your keyboard and mouse, and it just tells you what settings is assigned to it. I know a few games that do that, but not all of them do. I mean, it'd be nice to have. That way you can. I feel like games should just show a mapping of your keys, like keyboard and mouse, and then let you edit that from that interface. That way you don't have to fuck around with like trying to guess which key you know, is used. You can just show that on the keybind map. You know, if it's conflicting, it just marks it red, like hey, you have one key assigned to 2 actions or something. I was trying to get to piety. You know, somewhere on this interface they could just tell you what your level is, but they didn't. Like it could have been just on like the bottom left side where the XP bar is. Like you literally have to open this and then see your level there. Like, am I looking at this right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a clock. They could have. Oh, you had to highlight over it just to see it. Whatever. They could have just made it available.
I must have time to gather my
Unless
will.
they like interface UI, centric UI. Find most of Windows. Map. Highlight names and map. Go live. Yeah, there's no option to show EXP. It's fucking weird. Oh yeah. What was it gonna do again? Oh yeah, I was gonna switch this out, so it's gonna be put that there for now. Put on control destruction. I guess we don't really need to put on the article damage.
Your conviction drives you, heretic. But have you thought what it might drive others to do in return? Your devotion damns us, heretic! Your devotion damns us, heretic!
Where are you, piety?
Damn you!
That was actually a lot faster than I expected.
Rest while you can, Mistress of Suffering. Judgment will not go easy on you.
So where's my portal, piety? What the fudge? Alright, whatever. I'm out of portal scrolls. I'm on the trucker. Well, I blasted through it.
Wherever.
I just find it weird that you fight someone like some really
Tread
crazy
carefully.
boss and you don't really get much other than some points, level points. I hope they revamp the in PoE 2 where, you know, as you're leveling and fighting bosses, you get some, you know, decent leveling items. At least have more of that, you know?
Be well.
Boys, you bring me back something nice, huh?
Alright, so we gotta go to Imperial Gardens. Fight Dominus. Okay, so I might need to get some life points or something for my defenses. Probably a point in the dare or something. That was actually a lot quicker than I expected. But then again, it's like, yeah, all three.
I must have time to gather my will.
Wondering if this guy was like hexproof or something. I couldn't even curse him. Instant recovery, removes curses. Grants immunity to shock. What do we got? Strongest monster in pack gets increased max life.
Every stone placed for the glory of God. Beautiful.
One of these layers have the waypoints too, yeah.
Must have time to gather my will.
Pretty sure it's this layer. I didn't know I was capped at all of them. Not full cap, but at least somewhat. 25% each. Is it here? Check around before I head up there. So it is the 3rd floor, I assume. Alright. It's right before the upper sepulchre of gods, whichever. Once you see that stairway, then you'll know it's the layer, like, right before. Usually it's just a unique bird here, right? So I didn't see it.
Another day, another death. This one, like the opposite side of the stairs.
I must have time to gather my will.
That was the old school dead, by the way. Oh, that's not even old school. There was a DT's skill effect. That was the second iteration of it, essentially, or the second rework, or the first rework. And then the newest one is the one, you know, carrying with the flames and stuff. What Alera was doing. What we got? Life.
Exile has tested you, my brother. Now let's see what God has to say.
Submit, heretic!
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? Die! The touch of God!
Yeah,
Not from God! The touch of God! Die in awe!
I must have time to gather my will.
This world is an illusion, Exile.
By exiling me, you were my Genesis, Dominus. And now here I stand, countless miles and murders later, honored to be your revelation.
Alrighty.
Of course.
Let's go.
May these waters wash away my sins and baptize me anew. must have time to gather my will.
This'll do nicely.
Did I miss that spot?
I am no beast of burden.
Yes.
This big bird. Roasted.
I must have time to gather my will.
It's done. Alright, I gotta gear up some. Gotta gear up, gear up. I should be on like level 40 gear by now. Start
We are
transitioning
Dominus.
there.
Go where you are needed.
Be careful.
What is it, Exile? What is it, Exile? Yes.
Increased area damage, crit strike multiplier while dual wielding. Removes curses. That'll do for now. Cold damage multiplier adds 20 to 30 cold damage to spells. Global crit strike multiplier increases spell damage. Not a bad leveling one. Although it's like 10 levels behind though. So, 101, 160. Do need it to be blue.
Yes.
Seems. Goodbye.
Ta-ta.
Whether it is our Sakema Deshret, the man. Act with care.
Your holy man. You've done yourself proud today, Exile.
Alright, time to clear the Dread Lake.
I am sorry, God. We must learn not to abuse your creations. I must have time to gather my will. Sin.
Sometimes I tire of this job.
time to gather my will. Must have time to gather my will.
You trespass!
You are free now, Vol. Go with God.
The Helena. Oh, that was Helena. What?
I vowed to care for this empire with my eyes open. I lied to my people. I lied to myself. Blinded by my lust for purity, I placed my faith in the most corrupt of men. I watch now as my legion dies, flesh rotting from their twisted bones. They fall and rise. A tide of mortal death and eternal damnation. I feel it now in my own flesh. The heat, the corruption. I have failed you, my empire purity. Do not forgive me. I beg of you, survive me.
Alright, let's see how many remaining. 2. Alright, whatever. Easy peasy.
Ooh. See? Stay in the light, exile.
Bye-bye.
The gate.
What do we got? Chaos Golem, Ice Golem, Flame Golem, Stone Golem, attack and cast speed, Carrion, Sigil of Power, Void Spear. Creates a sphere of water or moving existing sphere and resets its duration. The sphere continuously apply a drench debuff with short duration to its enemies in its area or those who move through it. It moves through. It gets a sphere of other skills to inflict cold and lightning elements other than chill. Spirit pulses when created at regular intervals while afflicted by elements. Moving, dealing all drenched enemies in a large area. Cold and lightning exposure, applying -10 to resistances. Frozen Legion. I'm not even sure.
Not a cockroach.
Uh-huh.
The gate in hunt well.
4% damage over time multiplier, 8% physical damage over time multiplier. Increase damage with axes, increase attack speed with two-handed melee weapons.
What do you want? What is it?
Let me put a point into this cold mastery. His damage converted to cold, 10% chance to inflict cold exposure on hit, cold damage. -10 to cold resist for 4 seconds. Enemies near targets you shatter have 20% chance to be covered in frost. Covered in frost applies 50% less crit strike chance. Increased cold damage. I assume that's cold damage taken. +1 to maximum cold res. This from your hits always reduce action speed by at least 10%. Enemies permanently take increased damage for each second they've ever been frozen by you up to maximum. Right, cold exposure. Sales from your hits always reduce action speed by at least 10%. Enemies permanently take increased damage for each second they've ever been frozen by you up to maximum percent. Interesting.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Do I got any better boots here?
Yes.
These guys sell. Kind of want a better leather belt.
See ya.
see. 75, 75, 75. Oh. Needs more strength. Oh. I don't even have that.
What is it, exile?
I must have time to gather my will. The earth here trembles with the fear of judgment.
Crescent staff. Do I have a colossal mana flask? Yeah, I do.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
Satin colors, nice. Curious about this one. Max life, code res, dexterity. Oh,
Good find, Exile.
I must have time to gather my will.
Another good find.
figure out is okay, this is dead end. Alright, so see what that corrupted instance is about. Whoops. Alrighty. Can't even see his name. Oh, he's dead.
I must have time to gather my will.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
Corruption eats away at the roots of this mountain.
These bats sound like fucking horses.
No soul should suffer as you have, Deshret.
Whoa. Shit. Get that fight off of me.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
Piece of shit.
Good find, Exile.
Explorer skills reserve life instead of mana.
must have time to gather my will.
Finally. Almost to the waypoint. Another point into life. I need to go down here and get this elemental node. Plus 2 the level of all link skill gems. What the fuck?
This land is teetering on the brink of cataclysm.
There it is.
The Rapture device has absorbed its fill of harvested life from Fury and
You know, don't die, please.
Step back.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Death Shred has... May fear guide you.
Can we be of help? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Do you need help with something?
Good luck.
What is it, Exile?
You've done yourself proud today, Exile.
Alright, let's see. Your axes have infinite duration, 20% less effect of your curses. Well, that's interesting. Frenzy. skill gems. What is that? Requirements not met. Clear indigo. What? Till silver. Yeah, I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Man, the color, Jesus, so red. Alright, just waiting for PoE to launch. And then we just try and complete X4. I don't know why my mic is so low all of a sudden. That's so weird. I never really tweaked my mic settings, like at all. It just comes out low. Whatever, just waiting for PoE to launch. Test, test, test. Test, test. My brother bought these like little pretzels, but they have like peanut butter inside. It's pretty good. From Costco. The back of my hair is so fluffed. Alright, what defenses do I need? 86, 75, 115.
What do you need now?
Level 41. I mean, this one's level 40, right? Oh, this is only level 30.
What do you want?
And the average damage. How about this? Guess that's a slight boost. I don't want to try one more time. Increase fizz. God damn it. Let's leave that there. I'll
What
try
do
and
you
craft
want?
it again later.
You will be remembered.
Thought I turned off global chat. Global chat's been pretty chill, honestly, but kind of distracting. Alright, we'll start with Calm's stream first. I just took like a 15-minute nap.
The air here burns with wrath. I must have time to gather my will.
Do I have control destruction? Do. Whatever, we'll just deal with it now. I don't even think control destruction is part of the final build. It's all like DOT stuff, but I might need it just to get through so I'll get like the equipment that I need. Like it, the damage just doesn't kick in right away as fast as I want it to. Let's see. Unbound, efficacy, daily elements. Either I build it where it's just more upfront, like cold damage, or I build it with DOT. DOT, I mean, usually has like a higher potential to, do more damage over time, obviously. But being able to shatter mobs is also nice too. That, yeah, it just does more damage. Sacred. Chaska. Physical cold, lightning, crit strike, fire res. I mean, I could build, pick up some curved blades in case I would do like a marauder. If I wanted to.
I must have time to gather my will.
I do like the shattering. Too dangerous. Dumb mobs I just have to skip. Dead end.
I must have time to gather my will.
There's too much physical damage on me. Oh, let me see if I can do these mobs real quick. Let's see. Progress monster impact gets increased max life. Go. What do we got? Alright, got a keystone. Thought there was an elemento. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong side of the tree here. That's weird. Thought I saw it somewhere here. Oh, Stormweaver. When? All right. Battleborn.
I must have time to gather my will.
Third raise, lightning raise, strength, armor. Oh, you just did not fucking ghost that piece of shit thing. Come over here. God damn it. Alright.
I must
Take
have
it.
time to gather.
Unless
my
that thing
will.
comes to me, I need to fucking rebuild some frenzy charges.
Will save you.
Your way led to damnation, Calm. Find him.
Alright, not bad, not bad. Yo, what's up, Alice? Just grinding in PoE. Although I'm not really
What do you
interacting
want?
with the Necropolis League. I'm just trying to get the maps as soon as possible.
You will be remembered.
It's dumping some currency, fragments. Yeah, can we roll a better mana flask? Oh no, what the? Okay, immunity to poison, that's fine. I feel like this league is like an intro to maps or something. Or map modifying. Map modifying. Effect is not removed when unreserved mana is filled. Effect does not queue.
What do you want?
Does she
Yes.
sell sacred flesh?
What can we do for you?
Sacred. Oh, hallowed. Okay, take that. Colossal. Alright. Next, and gonna go fight the Resto now. Been good so far. Although I kind of jumped on late. I was hoping to get on by like 10 a.m. Central, but I got on at like 1 p.m.
Ta-ta, not a cockroach.
Guess I was watching some documentaries in the morning. Honestly, I should save that for like the nighttime.
It was here in the pits of Theopolis that I made my name, killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even be considered a man. In this, so glorious of arenas, I care nothing for your past, only your future. And for that, you will have to fight.
I'm deciding what I should play. Call it. Go to the Vol stock. So I downloaded the demo, but I'm like on the fence. Apparently, the guy he developed the game on Unity, but after Unity, their weird scandal. Their weird debacle with their former CEO. He ended up switching it from Unity to Godot. Godot's more like a sort of like an indie open source engine, so I thought that was interesting. Not the best looking of game engines, but it does a pretty good job. I'm sure that if he developed his game on Godot, then it's developed with low NPCs in mind, therefore I might be able to actually run the game, but still in like a very demo, early access phase. It's like, how do you describe it? It's like the stalker game or single player NFT, best way to describe it. But I'm not sure if it's just like people saying it was pretty bare bones for now, more like a tech demo. Might give it a shot. This is like day 2 of PoE. Yesterday I started at around 6 p.m. Was it 5:30? I don't remember. Alright, let's see what we got. I think I want to get Mind Over Matter, especially in HCSSF. That's a lot of damage. Only for attacks though, so I don't really utilize those. Oh, this way. Alarm clock. Oops.
I must have time to gather my will.
I don't know why my character looks kind of gigantic.
People of the gutters,
My camera's not zoomed in or anything.
for the slaughter is at hand.
I need to like equip better gear. All of my gear is like 10 levels under. I mean, it's getting me through content, but I don't want to get one tapped by a boss because I'm under geared. Control, edit code.
Welcome to the Grand Arena of Theopolis. It is here that I first laid eyes upon my true purpose, my Lady Merveille.
Milady.
It is our inspiration that defines
Milady
us.
Merveille.
What do you fight for, gladiator? Hundreds of warriors, tried to lay claim to the same title as I, but I defeated them all. Victory goes not to the able, but to the ambitious.
Alright, well, at least I replaced one blue ring with a yellow. Up or down, up or down. Let's go down.
Die a death worthy of applause, gladiator.
God, I wish I had boots with move speed right now. I'm trying to find actually 4 Link Sorcerer's boots. Feel like I'm walking in water.
Must have time to gather my will.
Wait, superior sacred. Okay, never mind. Superior sacred mana plus. Why was it yellow? What? Why is it yellow? Yeah, me. Left to right, left to right. Let's go right. I feel like doing like auto cast Blood Rage. That way I'm always gaining frenzy charges. The only thing is it's super risky because it's gonna essentially degen my health. But I gain more move speed and attacks, cast speed or action speed, and then also generate frenzy charges. That might be worth looking into. Alright, well, that was the wrong way, so let me the other way. I think we're almost there.
A battle worthy of song. The way you fight reminds me of how it feels to be.
I heard that there's a new Pirates of the Caribbean coming out. I don't even remember where I left off, guys. I mean, where I left off. I think it was Dead No Man's something. Dead Man Tells No Tale or something like that. Or
A king of swords is nothing.
I think I watched At World's End. Thing, Dead Man something. I think that was the one I didn't finish. Dead Man Tells No Tale or something. But it's gonna be really weird. Like, are they gonna cast somebody as Jack Sparrow? I don't think they're gonna bring back Johnny Depp. I mean, unless they bring back Penelope Cruz. She did have a role in one of the previous Pirates movie. But then she won't be Jack Sparrow. I know, I mean, usually, I'm pretty sure Orlando Bloom and Kate, whatever her name is, would probably see a return, but they have their own characters. I guess everyone's wondering, like, who's gonna be, the guy that will be Jack Sparrow, unless they kill off Jack Sparrow, which will be kind of a huge blow to the franchise. But I've always enjoyed the Pirates series, even though, you know, it gets over the top, but still always a joy to watch. Or always fun to watch.
What is it, Exile?
It's so weird how I can enjoy that movie, but I can't seem to enjoy Fast and the Furious. I don't know why. It's just Fast and the Furious to me is like it went somewhere that it shouldn't have.
Yes.
Whereas Pirates has always been like, you know, crazy. Let's see if I can find another sacred flask. Okay. Let's go get our reward.
I see into the... Not to that. The corruption will pass.
Alright, what you got there? Spell, multi-strike, GMP, chain, increase area, ignite prolif, spell blade, frigid bond. Unleash. Spell skills, making their effect recur when cast. What spell skills making their effect recur when cast? Less damage when reoccurring. I actually don't need any of these, but I don't know. Spell echo. Nope. Increased area. I do need to go get
the time
the,
of the place.
What is it? I need to get Cold Snap from Nessa.
What little help I can offer.
Pretty sure she has it here. Wait a what? Guess it's Yena.
You met. There you were. There is so much the end of life. You travel far.
Thank you. Hello.
The spirit hunts Laura.
Alright, let's see. Cold. Arctic armor, heart of ice, cold of fire. I need a good 6 of these.
Go with the spirit.
Alright, cool. Alright, let's go fight Malachi. Well, not Malachi yet, actually. We gotta fight the 3 apprentices. And then Malachi.
This is not creation. This is perversion. I must have time to gather my will.
It's good to see that on PoE 2 they were the legacy characters are going to be returning because they showed the Ranger trailer. So I assume that all the other OG, Witch, Shadow, Templar, Duelist, Marauder, Witch, Scion, I already said Witch, are going to be there.
My mana is spent.
Father. Oh, it was ghosted. Piece of shit. Wonder your hair stuck out. God damn. Okay. Why did I pick this up? Let's go. Good thing I chose that Skaz passive here. 40% of damage is taken from mana before life. That thing chunked half my mana bar. That ghosted rare mob. Keep on trekking.
I must have time to gather my will.
Something's slowing me down. I can feel it. I walk into molasses. I'm gonna fit this. %10% move speed. fast. Alright, what do we got? Oh boy. What is this? What elementals? Chance to poison. Strongest monster impact gets adrenaline. See, life. You know what? I guess it doesn't hurt to get that.
I must have time to gather my will.
Level 39.
I am no beast of burden.
God damn it. This is okay. Let's take that. Like, switch that out. I'm thinking of setting blasphemy up, so basically I can just have a curse all the time. Question is it a good idea? Oh, okay, cool. I was like, could I get through this wall? Shortcuts.
My mana is spent.
Boom.
I must have time to gather my will.
I'm gonna leave that mob alone.
You see,
thank you,
heretic,
Bitey.
my god takes good care of me.
Wait, when did she spin that way? Oh, she's always has been.
Misjudged that god of yours. Twice it was Malachi.
You got beat up Piety for her to ally with you.
Piety, my god. I am sure you will reveal your purpose in time.
I got a feeling Templar is like Irish or Finnish, Scottish. Alright, I can finally sell stuff. Alright, alright. Let's go sell some junk.
What do you need now? Death shreds the gym.
Holy shit, how old is this fucking level 24?
What? Yes.
Oh man. This is level 28. Not that great either. Alright, take that. I feel like that's not even worth crafting.
Yes.
Now, if I can roll that on a Divine Flask, that'd been perfect. Alright, let's go. Oh, right, let's see. Blasphemy Curse. Should I do it? I just spare clarity. Where is it? Frostbite.
Anything you need.
Yes.
See ya.
Do I have it? See how much it goes for. Can only blasphemy one though, so
My knowledge.
Unless I'm the witch, I can do 2 curses at a time. Blasphemy. 1 orb of chance.
Fortune favor you.
Let's just bring all the currency with me.
It's so.
Or I could do curse on hit, right? That would make a lot more sense. Let's see. Or cast on hit. Cast when damage taken. Yeah, that actually. That would do.
Anything you need, just.
Cast when damage taken.
Good luck.
Maybe I could get one of those golems.
Yes.
Cold. Can't get the ice golem. Range or energy shield. Hydro spear. Frozen Legion. Increase attack and cast speed. Chaos Golem, physical damage reduction. You know what? I'll take that. Frostbite. And then
Be careful. Do you need help with something?
cast when damage. Take it.
Good luck.
May reason.
Cold. Inspiration. Oops, I spelled it wrong. SPI. There we go. I need to equip that to my Frost Blink somehow. What else? Testify, Hydro Spare. Siphoning Trap, Ice Nova, Spare, Cold Snap. Vortex. Attacks the ground and explodes. Channeling for longer builds up stages. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I have still skin here. Can't equip Arctic armor. Clarity. Curse. Assassin's Mark. I know this grants power charges. Frenzy. Flicker Strike, Blood Rage. That deals physical damage over time while increasing attack speed and life leech. Killing enemy while this buff is active refreshes the buff duration, grants a frenzy charge. You take 4% of max life per second as physical damage. That's too risky. Lowering their physical damage reduction, adding physical damage to all hits against them. Ice Bite. For frenzy charge. Oh, I never thought about this. Frenzy. Discharge. Hitting frenzy base duration to the opponents. Let's see, is there anything that says aura? Period of lightning, zealotry. Malevolence. That multiplies damage over time, increases skill effect duration of you and your allies. Discipline. Grants elemental resistance. Wrath. Based on physical damage to you and your allies. I feel like I need something defensive here.
Go with care, friend.
Okay, we'll think about it. Shock Nova, Light, Spark, Stormcall, Light.
Yes?
Yes.
Blue. Oh no. Spell. Create a spare water or move existing spear and reset its duration. I guess I can put this. Oops. What the hell? Why did I buy 2 of them?
Be careful.
Alright, let's go fight Malachi now. This build's like all over the place, honestly. One, two, three, four. Oh shit. I was like, why can't I get in there?
I must have time to gather my will. Go with God.
Templars angry.
The work continues.
Alright, you and me, Malagaro.
Body to kill for.
My mana is spent.
Open up. Art in motion.
Look at my mana just disappear so quickly.
Artist.
Your God-given talents were wasted, Malagaro.
Sell that for ingredients. Just keep it with me. Poetry? Oh fuck, I went all the way back.
Must have time to gather my will.
got first up is Chevron.
Now you are simply gorgeous. Beauty shall prevail.
You are imprisoned by your own vanity, Chevron.
Sectamundo. Alright, let's see how the witchery goes.
My mana is spent.
Wasn't so bad.
Embrace death, Deirdre, for your flesh was your undoing.
So tell me.
I actually find myself admiring you in this moment, Templar. You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Rather the hallmark of God, isn't it? Let me show you what a real God can do.
Now, exile!
Fuck you, Malachi. We're not having babies.
Kill me!
What if I do?
I must have time to gather my will.
What?
Now, exile!
Embrace the future.
Kill me!
Goodbye, birdie. She got fucking stabbed like a sandwich. Ever seen a sandwich with a toothpick or a burger?
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. Nightmare is the true eternal of being selfish.
Hey.
Of being selfish.
There's shit all over the place.
Accept the gift of immortality.
Oh, look at that.
My mana is spent.
Oh, he did his charge and then he blinked onto me at the same time. dirty.
Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
Must have time to gather my will.
Ow.
You fought against death your whole life, Malak.
What do we call?
All they give me is a way some praise,
See
but
ya.
they don't give me some fucking legendary item for that fight. God damn it.
Your goal, if the corruption will pass.
I'll get though. It's always been like that. That's a lot of damage on the
What do you want?
shitty stats. But what does this give? Scrap. Okay,
What do you need now?
Alrighty. Let's move to fucking what's his name? Make out with Orief.
This is neither the time nor the place.
No love.
I just... Our hopes are with you.
The Ascent. Uh-oh. There he is. I mean, so far the link has been actually pretty smooth. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I haven't run into any technical issues. I just started collecting whatever drops that they give me. I haven't really utilized it yet. Ow. Corrupting cry? Oh. Never seen that.
Must have time to gather my will.
Can you imagine this? Like, I mean, this is all gear that I picked up and not traded, first and foremost. And then second, there's not a single unique item in this build. And it's all under leveled. But I seem to be doing fine. So weird. But all of that's gonna be tested once I hit like X8. So I'm gonna have to actually do some gear checks prior to X6. Like this is
spent.
the act that I would probably. I mean, as soon as I hit Oria, I have to think about the. Which is Act 5. what the fuck? There he is. The White Death. White Devil. What, did I drop something? Oh, no, we're good. Alright, what do we got? Ooh, increased drop rarity. Okay. I think there's more of these guys though. That's an additional quality gem. What self-fight on death? Oh, what the fuck? Humanoids. Ooh, okay. Well, I don't know what I was doing, but yeah. We'll see what happens.
My return marks judgment for those of hollow faith. I must have time to gather my will.
Here. Whoa. Okay. Big boy. Whoa, okay. What the fuck? Okay. Ah, load. I don't need this. Let's just enchant that right now. Alright, that works. I think it might be worthwhile to clear the entire area or the entire zone.
What have you got for me today?
I got a shitload of cocaine accessories. All these gem cutters I can create. This is very interesting. Like, I'm liking it. Like it's not like crazy rippy, but also you can sort of juice your the mobs in each zone that you go to. So I'm actually finding it pretty enjoyable. Blank.
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh. I should have one of those thingies that display all the keys that I'm hitting. Although that might be a little bit of a security vulnerability. But when I'm playing a game, some people have like these sort of key displayers.
Spent.
Oh, you're not. You're never out of mana, big boy. I'm gonna go down. I feel like this goes way further, so I'm gonna head this way. Let me see what's going on with no. What is it? My screen. Oh, did it change the rest? Oh, it did. Fucking damn it. Oh well. I guess I have to go right. Every time I alt tab, it's a weird thing. I had to. Yeah, make some. What's this? Preview new features for Valorant players on Discord. Game nights, missions, gaming guilds. Alright, I had to play it like this until I get to a zone where I can restart the game. Looks kind of widescreen.
I must have time to gather my will.
Riveted gloves. Alright. Gaming experience.
My mana is spent.
What's this? First divine orb, baby. First chaos orb of the day and first divine orb of the league. Jeez, I'm just getting so many superior gems. I might actually have to make space.
I must have time to gather my will. Your hateful scorn has no place in God's land.
Unbound, fixie, daily elements. So east area. Alright, let me restart the game. Because it said the resolution got funky.
Templar murders Templar. Blood to his... With Talakura.
And thank you.
Oh, what defense do we need? Probably cold and fire, I guess?
Yes. We'd be for freedom. Yes, for freedom.
Unlike these, sometime I can't in. I farewell.
Alrighty. Holy shit, that is so much. Here, let's just dump it in this stash. Oh wow, they're all like really high percentage quality too. Any more? What are they trying to say? Table of sounds, disable notifications. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, I was selling gear. Okay, let's see. It's not the best. $98, $77, $118, $89, $91, $97. I guess this sort of rounds it out.
Yes? Tala.
Alrighty. Calls are taken care of. Let's sell this one.
You need something?
This is like, I mean, I'm level 45. I mean, I could use the traveler boots though, at least. But I don't know. Fire and lightning. I guess that's something. I feel like I need red. Can I get one red? Hell yeah, let's go, baby. Alright, Hydro Spear. I don't want to trigger Hero Device randomly though. Let's see, does it trigger? There's no way it can trigger. Let's see. Rebel Clarity cannot trigger. Okay, so Hero Dice cannot be triggered. That's good. Because enemies, when they hit you, you drop chill grounds while moving and take less fire and physical damage while stationary. Less fire damage taken from hits while stationary.
Yes?
I think I want the Hero Device. Put it. Can that be triggered? No, it cannot be. Where's the...
What is it? I gave farewell.
the chance? Oh yeah, let me restart the game real quick. Resolution's all funky. Play it again. I'm kind of tempted to put on YouTube music, but it has to be DMCA free music. Which I do have an artist that does that. My only concern is it might mess around with the bandwidth. Alright, we're back in DC. Cool. It was defaulting to Texas, which is the usual. It's either DC or Texas. That's where the servers are.
Yes.
Alright. Let's go ahead and go on to the control blocks. Let me go back. Trying to respond to this. Young. Saturday's 10. God damn it. I want it. I just copied the link.
Must have time to gather my will.
Must have time. I'm actually really surprised with this build. Like I did zero. I spent zero amount of times reading the patch note, and drafting a build. Like I did not spend, I didn't the week of or the days leading up to this league's launch, which was just yesterday. I didn't go on POB or anything and look up a build. I didn't even look at the skill gems. I didn't see what the tweaks, whether they added or changed. However, I have played this build in the past, although there's some variations to it, some slight tweaks to it, but it still seems to hold up pretty well. Like I don't know what to say. I'm surprised. Same way with my old Detonate Dead builds. I mean, I could do DD again because I've played it for so long. I kind of have an idea of how to build it. These are one of those builds where I've done it in the past, and I guess I just remember what, well, not exactly remember exactly what to put, but I have an idea of what I should put together, or what works well with it. Obviously, it still needs refinement though, because everything is sort of up in the air, or like it's sort of like half improvised, at least more than half improvised at this point. I want that whetstone. How did I get there?
Piety's science may aid in uncovering the truth of this world. God does have a sense of humor.
Oh, John wants to play some poker?
I must have time to go.
Oh yes, Orba Biden, there we go, baby. I'm actually having pretty fun with this build. If I could, as long as I can get over the frenzy charge bullshit, it's pretty like actually pretty fun. And I'm not even like fully like decked out or anything.
My mana is spent.
Alright, hopefully I'm safe. Watch over me, Jesus. It's free, not free, did I get the Miasmina or no? Alright, just a car. My man. Why is my clarity down? Oh, I just realized Alright, I forgot that I have Herald. Very nice.
You should have kept your eyes on God.
That's basically the olden version of y'all need Jesus. Armor scrap. Oh, I got we're gonna see Ronnie Chang this month too. That's gonna be fun. I don't know if so he's part of the late night show with Jon Stewart, and sometimes he make appearances there. But yeah, Ronnie Chang.
Last I return home, only to find
I think in like
chaos
2
and
weeks or so
blood.
when I going to be seeing him.
Must have time
I might actually have to end this stream because my buddies are about to go chill, and one of my friends is actually nearby, so I actually gotta dress up. But let's call it here so that I have enough time to dress up. But obviously the build is still in the sort of like, I mean, I'm drafting the build as I'm playing it because I mean I don't know what changes they made to it, so I like, you know, I guess I'm doing this as I go.
For freedom.
The tree is also improvised,
Farewell.
and
You can ask.
it's
Now,
actually
where was
working
I?
out. I don't know. Maybe late game, I'll hit a damage wall or something. But the principles are always the same in hardcore solo self-found. Personally, for me, the way I like to do it is for every damage node you get, whether it's a keystone, keystones are these big boys. Mastery nodes are these middle boys, and then notary nodes are these guys, and then everything else is just regular nodes. But for every time you get one of these larger notary nodes or above, whether it's a mastery or keystone, you get a defensive node. So if I get for example, if I get this Holy Dominion, then I'm gonna obviously get like, you know, a life node. Then if I get a elemental overload, then I'll get a purity flesh or something like that. So every time you get some damage, you get some defense, health, ES, regen, armor, or something. That's way you can sustain just fine. Now, this isn't normally the way I build a tree. I actually would have, if I were to start from this side, I would have stretched all the way out to the border of pretty much the outside of the tree and go around. But right now, a lot of the nodes for my build are within the tree, so I'm just sort of trying to branch it within. I'm trying to get as much elemental damage, elemental pen, code damage, code pen as possible. And then obviously you always want to get increased life and ES if possible, and try and get some jewel sockets where you can. Then, you know, just keep rotating between those. So the principles are, you know, well, I did not draft the build. The idea is always gonna be the same, or you know how you approach it. I mean, you could just see me experimenting around with a bunch of skill gems too. That's like, I'm trying to figure out what works best. So it's like a build in its making as I go. But yeah, it's been going great so far. But I might have to go soon. I'm having a lot of fun with the build. Alright, so I want to get this elemental damage node here. it's not gonna look super efficient or clean like you've seen some of the streamers where it's like it's just a good like it stretches all the way out and then it goes all the way around and then they get the nodes that they need. The idea is that they're trying to get outside as much as possible to get the large jewel sockets, which can only be, I think they're only available on the outer edge of the tree. And the point is that you get cluster jewels, which expands the jewel socket nodes. So for example, you put a cluster jewel here, it's gonna open up a little branch of more nodes, and then you can do that over and over. I think up to like 3 times or so. So that's why they go all the way out as much as possible. But I needed to get element overload, so I ended up going from inside to outside. But I could have gone like straight outside. And then, well, I mean, the weird part about this tree is this intelligence node. It doesn't stretch all the way out, going all the way left. And if I were to try and stretch outwards from retribution going upwards, it might not be the most efficient way to do it. So I instead went this way, where I was able to get quick recovery, mind over matter, elemental overload, which all of them are pretty useful for me, and then I could stretch outwards from there. So yeah, it's in the making. Obviously it's not gonna be perfect on the first like essentially dry run, but it's not going, I mean, it's not awful at the moment either. So yeah. You know what I'm gonna do? Actually, I'm gonna keep the stream running, but I'm gonna dress up. So I'm gonna wait, like just prepared, and I can continue playing. And then what I can do is I can, when I get the call, then I can end the stream there. So I'll be right back. Just need to do this bathroom. Alright. I guess we're just gonna we'll wait from here and see how it goes, or see what happens. Why does this show Crucible in the banner? The fuck? Yeah, the ping just spiked up like that. Crazy. Oh, what is that like? Whoa, what the fuck? I just walked away for like a second and the game is now having some lag code issues. Hit 181, 112. I do like the mob density in Oria. Definitely one of the better ones. I should probably put on this granite floss, shouldn't I?
I must have time to gather my will.
Ooh, what's this? Yeah, I should probably do that, especially with the mobs in this mode. They do pretty nasty physical damage, especially those assassins. Trash.
Something.
Okay, oh yeah, I need to... Why do I have this sitting right here? Weird. Let's see here. Move speed. Not bad, but not great. Because the less duration is, yeah. I mean, the lower the number, the better, but 45 is still pretty high. I just need the ignite. Alright. Where did? I didn't even see this entire conversation with the... what? Oh. Where's my TP portal? Damn it, I alt-tabbed and I had to now play with it like this. Whatever, we'll deal with it.
I must have time to gather my will.
So if I were to hit shift and tell the key, it overlays.
I vowed before my brothers that I would return, and so
It
I
overlays
have.
Discord. That's so cool. So I actually had to alt tab. Here, let me this waypoint, head to the hideout, restart the game, and then we're good. Alright, relaunching.
Greetings. Remember, we do this.
Hello.
I'm still alive and kicking. Fucking chat, dude. I'm curious, has my stream ever DC'd today once at least? Let's see. The only way to know is to check my past broadcast and see if the VOD was split. Apparently yesterday was fine, today is also fine. So we're good. Rep. Position 46 on the ladder. Increase monster damage, less recovery. I think we should be fine. First to kill Elder. Holy, Mach got the flu. Was that the guy that ripped on man, being able to kill the Elder in 2 days? Crazy. Blade Soul King. League starts are always fun. Just seeing like people race for, you know, kill the Shaper Elder at level 100 at the Tava. It's always cool to see.
I must have time to gather.
Like it's a sort of like kind of external way of socializing. Like you see like people ripping on the letters, people achieving on the letters. If only there was an actual interface, you know. A letter interface, that'd be nice. You know, for each league. Or yeah. You know, one for hardcore. Pretty much one for each type of league. So one for SSF, one for one for HCSSF, one for HCSSF, one for HC, and one for SC. Because you got 4 different modes, and then obviously another, you know, set for Ruthless. And then all you have to do, you can just switch between them, or explodes, huh?
My mana is spent.
Heart of Thunder, Cremation, Flame, Earth Shadow, Conversion Trap, Russian Stone, Disrespect Blast Ring, Mighty Splash, Ice Golem. Technically, I can do Blood Rage on here if I wanted to, but I don't have any life leash that would offset the life degen. How was this? 43. Yeah, let me just go sell. Ah, fuck. Okay. Alright, we did pick up some life notes here. Oh yeah, we were going this way. Did I do this correctly? Did. Do I need to go pick up these elemental damage notes? Chance to freeze. Shock and ignite.
You need something?
Yes. Greetings.
Magnified. Level 50.
Yes.
Strength, max life. Set that fragment down. Alright, time off we go to Avarice.
I must have time to gather my mana is spent. The hour of judgment draws near.
I think it was what Jade pairs up with Stim Knight and then Graphite Granite Flask pairs up with Quartz Flask, right? Or, no, wasn't it? Basalt. That was basalt.
I must have time to gather my will. My mana is spent.
Thank you, Helena. Gold ring, Bank, and Norris. Let's go. Oh, I'm already here. Holy shit. I don't know, let's put this point in.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
And so it will. I must have time to gather my will.
Burn! Rise!
Rise, motherfucker.
Burn! I am the Emperor.
Commander Varus. Then the minutes.
My mana is spent.
Burn! Rise! Burn!
I've always hated Innocence fight. Innocence and Varus fight, but after a while I'm like, shit. Here we go
God
again.
has lost his way. The devout must set him back on the path.
Wow, yeah. I'm glad that they added more voice lines to the OG characters.
am the end. I am the storm.
Tricky son of a gun.
I am the end. I am the storm.
You know what? I forgot to take off spell cascade.
I am the end. I am the torch. I am the end.
I got a Discord message to reply, Varys. Innocence. Oh, what the fuck? I fucking dashed right into that.
I am the Emperor. I must have time to gather.
See that? That's what happens when you put on defensive runes. I didn't even get one-shotted. I mean, defensive nodes. That slam usually takes off like half my health on any character. Oh, that's so cheesy. Right on the statue. He puts it right there on the statue where I need to stand behind. What an ass. You were the bane of my early hardcore days, Innocence. Yeah, fuck you.
No more. Innocence.
I am no beast of burden.
You, and only you, I shall save.
Yes. Yeah. Let me reply to this. All right, let me go. Excuse me, ma. I mean, they're level 41 boots and I'm level 48, but I need the that's 25% increased move speed. I need that.
I am sin.
Thank you.
Go deep. I am sin.
Okay. Gloves. Nothing good.
I am no beast of burden.
Is that the max move speed? It's not the best. It's tier 3 only, but yeah.
What in damn
You've destroyed.
Shoo. What type of resist does it have?
You've destroyed him, and yet.
What in damnation have I done?
I keep forgetting I can oh shit, fucking slept.
Must have time to gather my will.
Oh, my screen's all fucked up.
My mana is spent.
Uh-oh. Yep, that's not good. Let me just go back and restart.
You deserve
Shit, I don't even
Once
have space for
Kitava
that.
has got. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Oops. Alright, sell that.
Hello.
My display is fucked.
Hello. For freedom.
You can ask. You dominate. Farewell.
Where Glani's told to be. I'm having a look. Don't ever give up. What do you need? Don't ever give up.
But is there a waypoint there? Okay, there is. Yeah, let me just Ooh. Oh, that's not bad at all. Strength, fire rest, lightning rest.
Hello. Remember, we do this for
Feels
freedom.
funny. The stream looks fine, but on the game on my end looks kind of funky. Restarting. Always Little Caesars. I keep forgetting a shift tilde key to bring out the Discord overlay. Okay. Let's go back to the Chamber of Innocence. Innocence. Alright, let's see. 50% chance to hinder enemies on hit with spells. Attacks have 50% chance to maim on hit. I don't know. Yeah. John wants to get pho, so we will get pho. It's Vietnamese noodle soup. It's different. It's way different from ramen. Because ramen they use I don't know if it's like egg noodles, but I know in pho they use rice noodles. And then also the flavor is very, very different. Because in ramen they use pork broth. But for pho they usually use beef broth. And then there's a bunch of complex seasonings and flavors that goes into pho. Although ramen also has a pretty complex flavor in itself. But I think oh god, yeah. We go to another one for the minute. Okay, let me, yeah, I probably have to head out. We'll leave it off here. We're making our way to the control blocks, not control blocks, the RAF square. I'll take the special. Can you order the... 9:16. Is that enough time? Okay. All right. I'll be back on tomorrow. In the morning. What happened? No, stupid thing. Okay. How do I do this? Page. Scroll page down. All right. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Peace. See. And then right. And then